it's about our member organizations, it's about our structure, it's about everything. Our bylaws, our constitution, so those are all things that you guys are voting on and that we're presenting, but it's also a moment for us officials to kind of reflect back and tell you guys what we've been up to, so you all know what we've been doing, and kind of how IVSA has been changing in the past half a year ever since the last GA. So it's a way for you guys to give us input and then for us to just tell you what we've been up to. So that's also, for example, why we're discussing the code of conduct, is because we value your opinion on rules that are being laid out to you guys, as well as some bylaw amendments that are going to come up possibly later today, if we have time, if we move through things quickly, otherwise somewhere in a couple of other days. And then we have some proposals for you as well. So yeah, that's basically what the GA is. When it comes to the agenda itself, every single day is a different meeting. So yesterday was GA1, then today is GA2, GA3, GA4, etc. But we also have a GA1 onwards, which is topics that we go through once we finish the agenda for GA2. So every day, usually we're supposed to finish, and then we get through some topics in GA1. But especially when we have partner presentations or elections or stuff like that, those are topics we meet on a very specific day. So that's why we put them in the agenda for that day. And those aren't topics we can put in GA1 onwards, because GA1 onwards is more for, it's for updates or bylaw amendments or stuff like that. It's a lot more flexible. It can be done on any other day. So that's kind of how our agenda works. So if you're confused why we're always switching from like GA3, oh now we're doing GA1 onwards, what does that mean? That's why. I hope I explained it clearly enough. If not, and if you have any questions about how GA works, do come talk to me. I have done a fair few in the past couple of years, so I very gladly explain it to you, because it's a lot more fun when you know what's happening and you can just give more input and be more proactive. So that definitely helps. And then one more small comment is, since names are always very hard for us to understand, especially for James when he needs to write things, and some things are not in his own native English language, spelling might be a little difficult. So we're using the bidding numbers to note down. So our microphone people, once they come to you to give you the microphone, before you state your name and MO, tell them your bidding number. Just really quickly be like, oh, like, I don't know, mine is like 68, 86, 86. I forgot how to say it in English, it's fine. First say 86, and then I'd be like, yeah, of course, IVSA Belgium. So that's just a very small thing. If you forget, no one's going to get angry. Just try to remember, it'll make it easier. That being said, I am calling the GA to order at 2:44 p.m. Copenhagen time. Welcome. First up on the agenda, as always, is nominations for executive committee. Oh, roll call. Well, is this one blue? Yes, because it's a link. First up on the agenda is roll call, obviously. James, I have the microphone.
So, James Calajuri, IVSA Exco. So today you're just going to say hello in your native language, and then you're also going to tell us if you have access to your national ML email, which is going to be important for elections during this event. So that part will be in English. So say hello in your native language and then say if you have access or not in English, please. IVSA Belgium.
Hello.
Your international MO email, official email. IVSA China. IVSA Croatia. IVSA Czech Republic. IVSA Denmark.
Hi. I don't have access to the email, but I'm sure someone from the organizing committee does.
IVSA France.
Présence. Yes, I have access.
IVSA Germany. IVSA Greece. IVSA India. IVSA Indonesia. IVSA Ireland. IVSA Italy. IVSA Latvia. IVSA Malaysia. IVSA Mexico. IVSA Morocco. IVSA Norway. IVSA Peru. IVSA Poland.
Trashed. Yes, we have.
IVSA Romania. IVSA Slovenia. IVSA South Korea. IVSA Switzerland. IVSA Taiwan. IVSA the Netherlands. IVSA Tunisia. IVSA Turkey. IVSA USA. IVSA UK. IVSA Venezuela.
Hola, I'm Jesse.
We have 53.7%. We have quorum.
Yay. Now, next on the agenda is nominations for executive committee. Are there any nominations? Tessa? Oh, but I pressed too hard.
Tessa van der Rijden, IVSA Netherlands, and I would like to nominate, wait 1 second.
Yuri is very proud of his cat. We would like all of you to acknowledge that.
Aww.
Who did it? I didn't close it. Thank you, and I'm sorry. Tessa.
Tessa van der Rijden, IVSA Netherlands. I would like to nominate Timo van Dil van België for the position of MOD.
Timo.
I'm 57. Timo van Lille, I'm in Belgium. I accept.
Wait 1 second, we still need the microphone. In case you are not elected, as MOD, would you still like to run for either secretary or regional?
Secretary.
Secretary. Oh, we need the microphone for you.
Secretary.
Good. Thank you. Any other nominations? Eunice.
I'm Yunus Uma, member IVSA. I accept the nomination.
Okay. In case you're not elected, would you like to run for trust secretary or regional rep? Okay,
Regional rep.
regional rep. Any other nominations? Okay, then nominations are closed. We'll reopen again in the next GA. As you can see, we have this very fancy spreadsheet that will be completed right now as we speak in real time, just not by me. Then after the next, I don't, but the next time, can I not just do this? Yes. All right. Are there any nominations for chairs? Oh, Eunice.
Yunus from IVSA Morocco. I nominate Taha Ahmed for chair of SCOPA.
Nabil. Can you accept on his behalf?
Nabil and Habil IVSA Morocco. I accept on his behalf.
Okay, thank you. All right, so as you can see, also someone who's not present can be nominated, and then they just need to have someone to nominate them and someone to accept on their behalf. And then they will just show a video for the elections. Any other nominations for chairs? All the way in the back. Run, John, run.
Natasha Penny Law, meeting number 26. From IVSA Malaysia, would like to nominate Susan Aryan from IVSA Nepal as the chair for Standing Committee on Career Attributes.
Okay. Susanna?
Susanna Jagai IVSA Fund, I accept on his behalf and my number is 4.
Okay. Any other nominations? Seeing none, nominations are closed and we'll reopen again at the next GA. Then, any nominations for regional rep? Lauren?
Laura Meeker, IVSA USA, my number is 70. And I would like to nominate for IVSA America's regional rep.
All right. Gwyneth?
IVSA USA, and I accept.
Okay, that's exciting. You've already caught some competition in the Americas. Any other nominations?
48, Noor Khalifi, IVSA Tunisia. I would like to nominate Nabil Habib for regional representative of MENA.
Nabil?
Nabil Habib, 39. IVSA Morocco. I accept.
All right. Natasha, was that your name? Yes. Again in the back.
Natasha Penny Law, meeting number 26. From IVSA Malaysia, would like to nominate Asan Kamal from IVSA Pakistan as the Asia Regional Representative.
Arjun?
I'm Arjun Anil, IVSA India. I accept on his behalf, and my meeting number is 28.
Perfect. Any other nominations? Seeing none, nominations are now closed. We'll reopen again at the next GA. Any nominations for Secretariat? Seeing none, nominations are closed and will reopen again at the next GA. A secretariat is very important. It's also a very easy position to begin in because the workload is a lot lower than that of Expo. I've not been a secretary myself, but I've worked with secretaries and they always say it's nice to be, so if you want to come talk to us, do come talk to us. Because we have quite a few positions in the secretariat to fill. And it's a great way to get involved in IVSA when you're not really sure how much you want to take on. So keep it in mind. We're always here if you want to come and inform a little bit. Are there any other nominations? Okay, so nominations closed. Are there any nominations for trust? Again?
Let's go again.
45, Panjisu from IVSA Malaysia, and I would like to nominate Lisa Buren from IVSA the Netherlands to hold the trustee position.
Lisa?
Lisa, you have to say next, number 27. I accept.
All right. Any other nominations for trust? Seeing none, nominations are closed and we'll open again at the next GA. Are there any nominations for the 73rd IVSA Symposium? Seeing none, nominations are closed again and we'll reopen again at the next GA. Any nominations for... Oh, this is wrong. A little mistake was made, but a little mistake was fixed. It's not my own computer, so that's why I'm struggling. Any nominations for 74th IVSA Congress? Seeing none, nominations are closed and will reopen again at the next GA and also again in Bali, just so you know, because that's where the actual elections are taking place. So now, I'll get there. You ready? I think, oh, there is no. You can come talk.
Yuri, IVSA Exco. Yeah, I'd like to move to table topics 50 and 51, event structure and president elections.
Second.
Good job, guys. Any discussion on tabling these agenda points? You can quickly explain, yes?
Yeah, so the main reason is yesterday we kind of went a little bit below schedule, and those two topics we expect also some discussion on it, so we just would like to go with some reports that we need to report to you that usually are quite fast, and leave the discussion a little bit for later so we don't get even more delay in our schedule, because we kind of need to do these reports.
Any other discussion? I see not. Any objections? Seeing none, motion passes. These agenda points are tabled, which means we're going to continue further with G1 onwards, where we left off, which we did need to start. First up is approval of the minutes of the 71st IVSA Symposium in Slovenia. So these are the minutes that I am sure you all have read very carefully. All 78 pages of them. Are there... Oh. Yes, James.
James Galagiri, IVSA Exco. I move to approve the minutes of the 71st IVSA Symposium in Slovenia.
Second.
Is there any discussion on approving these minutes? They were read very carefully and double checked by many different officials, so if you still found a mistake, then that's very good. But if not, then we did very good. No further discussion? Any objections? Seeing none, motion passes, minutes are approved. Yay! And then now, next on the agenda is the officials updates. So before they're going to start, I want to quickly mention that even though this is more of a bit of a passive part of the GA for you guys, because it's just a lot of listening to what the officials have done, and I know it was a late night last night, I do want to ask you guys to really pay attention, because as we said, it's a volunteer organization. These people, especially EXCO, as well as all of our lovely chairs and regional reps, they've worked really, really hard this year so that you guys could have all the opportunities that you had throughout the year, as well as these amazing events that we're at right now. So I would like you guys to just kind of respect and really appreciate all the work that they've done, just by paying attention and not falling asleep while they're trying to show you all the time and effort that they put into the exhibition. So that's just my request, and then now I can let Yuri take over for the president update.
Okay, so I will try to be as concise as possible so I don't take too much of your time, especially because my last slide will take quite a while. Yeah, so just going to be reporting basically what I've been doing since Slovenia, the last time I reported. Yeah, thank you for your call. Yes, so basically those are the topics. We do have to report an executive session that happened in this middle term. General activities, that basically what I do on a daily basis. Official resignation is in between quotation marks because it's not actually resignations, I will explain it better. And also something that we want to kind of become a thing. This year we kind of end our 5 years strategic plan, so basically we'll go through with the developments we made in the past 4.5 years in this in a very fast way. Don't worry, I'm not going into many details. And yes, then we open for questions. So, we did hold one executive session. This executive session actually happened inside the symposium on the 8th of January. The reason it was not reported at the symposium was because I had already did my report there and I had already reported executive sessions. So we kind of, well, it was already after this. At this meeting, all EXCO were present. Besides this, we also invited Maddie, IVSA Trust, just Trust, Mero, also Trust, Kirsty, alumni member, and also it was present Nato, Tara, and Anna. They are the presidents of the organizing committee from the first IVSA Symposium, and Tara and Anna are both vice presidents of it. The topic of that discussion was regarding a breach in the IVSA Code of Conduct, and we actually made 4 decisions in that morning. It was quite a long meeting. So the first decision that it was made by EXCO was regarding the removal of a delegate from /OC member from the 71st IVSA Symposium. Together with, also in that meeting, EXCO decided on the ban of attendance in all future IVSA events from the same delegate. In this specific night, we also voted on changing the previously approved alumni event budget from 1.3 thousand euros to 5,000 euros. The reason for this was that this specific member was involved in the logistics of the event and had to be altered. So it does need this change to avoid having big problems in their itinerary, their transportation and stuff. It was not used. At the end, we were able to stay, I believe, just a few hundreds above the budget, which will be reported to you guys at our budget report. But yeah, this was more like a safety measure because we also did not have time to calculate all the logistics. And then also at this executive session, it was voted that our code of conduct was inefficient, not inefficient, it needs reformulation and improvements also, especially regarding the procedures that EXCO and the GA that should be adopted in case of such situations, which was all these 4 votes had 8 votes in favor from EXCO, and then later on also it was brought, I think it's important to mention, in the GA during other business, where the GA also requested changes, and I think it's also important that we notice that, well, the conduct that was taken here, the procedures, they were not necessarily the best one possible, so that's one of the reasons why we have the task force making all this work and having basically 3-4 pages in the step-by-step that EXCO should be following in order to make any decision on this, not only EXCO but also the board then, but well, it's a new thing. Then general activities is basically always the same. So as president, I'm ahead of coordinating. I'm just ahead with the officials team, more specifically with EXCO. So EXCO has a team that they coordinate, and then they follow up with me and basically coordinate EXCO. So it's kind of a not three-way, like 3 steps. Kind of a 3 steps that work. So then, for example, the chairs, they have their projects, they coordinate with the committee coordinator, and then the committee coordinator coordinates this with me. So basically that's what I do on my daily basis. It doesn't seem much, but actually it takes a lot of time because we have a lot of teams. Also, as president, usually the division, the president, he handles also a few partners of IVSA in order to not overload the external relations officer, which is more focused on sponsors. So I was ahead of working with some initiatives, with some of them that also going to be reported specifically when they happen. Just to highlight here some projects that we did with WVA and OA, that was called OAE, in case you still use the old name. But yeah, there are specific reports that I will go into more details about these opportunities as well. And I think also members from USA that were at AVMA, they're a little bit more aware because we reported this, we mentioned this to you guys as well. Since the president-elect happened to be the vice president and was not ERO, which for the past terms is tended to be a thing, I also decided to include her a little bit more in this part so that she could have the opportunity to gain a little bit more experience in handling with partners. So she was also very present. And finally, my little baby, so the members portal, that was one of the main projects for this term. That is a whole reformulation in the structure, how we manage our members and our MOs, which is basically done. And that's one of the reasons we were asking if you guys have your emails, access to your email, because we will be bothering you during this Congress to do a few things in the portal. And then hopefully this month or next month you will be able to start adding the members there, so registering for it. No membership declaration will be needed anymore, which is great. And also goes with the whole change in the IVSA website, that they both will be working together in a new system, which is also very cool. Yes. And there's a presentation about it. Yeah. Okay. And then this is a more not as nice topic. I put resignation in quotation marks because I did not know a good word in English to use for this termination. And termination is not a very good term, but it's regarding the MENA regional representative. So the MENA regional rep was elected at the 71st IVSA symposium. The reason for this was in the Congress, we did not have any candidate, so we put, as we assigned one of our secretaries, that was Jonas from IVSA Morocco. He served as interim throughout half of the term. Then in Slovenia, we opened elections for it, and we had a new regional representative elected for the position. However, since a couple of months after this person started working, we start receiving some complaints from other officials, including EXCO, regarding lack of participation and last minute cancellation, so meeting was scheduled and the person did not show up. And things like this, and like a follow-up into email access. So with that in mind, the MOD tried to schedule some meetings with the person, which failed, so I decided to intervene. I started to try to schedule some meetings with the person. I had 3 attempts, 3 of them failed, and I guess I'm quite annoying, so I was blocked on WhatsApp, which difficulted the follow-up, and on email we were also not receiving any feedback. So after a while, this situation got a little bit complicated. We were forced to cancel the MENA Regional Symposium due to this because the follow-up never happened, even though the event was already on planning. So we decided to take drastic measures. So a letter was sent via email because, again, WhatsApp was not an option. So it was just sent via email to the person's official email, requesting them to resign since the situation was unstable and the person was refusing to schedule a meeting so that we could understand what exactly was happening. This email was never opened, and since IVSA has a business account, we were actually checking something regarding emails with nothing related with that specific person. But then when downloaded the report, we showed it, the report that Google sent also showed activity of the email, and it pops up to us that that email was not even logged in the past 2.5 months more or less, which was a big issue for us because an explanation. So we just assumed that this person would like to not take part in IVSA activities anymore. And we just considered that this person had resigned even though we did not receive an official resignation letter. That's why resignation is between quotation marks. So with this, we again assigned our secretary, to be honest, to be in the position as interim regional representative. Thank you for that. And yeah, that's basically the situation. And before I go into the last one. No, I need to go into the last one, sorry. Okay, and then, as we go to the end of the strategic plan, I just wanted to make some quick follow-up in how IVSA developed to it. There are just 2 slides, and I will be fast, I promise. Okay, so how we developed with the goals that we set inside our strategic plan. So the way this is separated, so basically we have the big bullet points. There are the areas that IVSA should focus on, and then the smaller bullet points are field details on how should we proceed with this. So regarding documentation, one of the bullet points was that we should have an archive with all the information of IVSA stored in a very archive way, so separated very well. In a very well cataloged way, and available to all the members. So this is still something we are struggling with. Right now we do have the history task force, and we're planning on, for the next term, the next president to start a new task force on the manuals, exactly with this idea on updating all the IVSA manuals and start separating everything, which is also something that goes into the members portal project. The new website will have like a whole dedicated section for IVSA members, so they will be able to access all this information in a very nice and separate way. But we are still, this is something we are still not able to achieve. A membership database that IVSA should have. This is basically the members portal is ready to use, and we will start in the upcoming months. And for the next term will be a thing already. So this is kind of a check. Regarding external representation and partners, IVSA should improve its internal communication in order to assure continuity in projects with partners from ERO to ERO, from year external relations team to the new one. This is something that we luckily have been very, let's say, good at it. We have no major issues. We have actually never had received any complaints on this side from partners and sponsors regarding the transition period. By the opposite, this was something that was always pointed out as a positive thing, even though our term is only 1 year, which tends to be something different from most professional associations. But it's to acknowledge that our transition in this matter is very good. IVSA also in the strategic plan, which by the way is available on our website and on the Delegates Drive, should focus on increasing collaborations with partners and sponsors, meaning partners is other professional associations in the areas, and sponsors are usually companies, which is something that we always have been focused on. Our ERO has been doing a very good work on this matter, to the point that we had to actually revise the budget in Slovenia because we had a lot of new collaborations showing up, and we wanted to report to you guys this new extra income, as well as an extra expense. Yeah, let's focus on income. And then again, with professional organizations collaborations, this is very specific on the partner level, that we should focus more on working with these international associations such as WVA, WSAVA, WUA, and get new opportunities for you guys, which is also something we have been focusing a lot. And well, we have some deals that we will report to soon. Yes. Then on the finance area, it is stipulated in the strategic plan that IVSA should have, by the end of 2024, 2 years of expenses covered by the reserve fund. This is something we are not even close to it. Consider that the bylaws state that, well, we should separate 10% of the budget to the reserve fund, and in 5 years, if we separate 10% of the budget, that would give 50%, not 200%. So there should have been like a larger investment above the minimum required by the bylaws, which we failed to. So we are still around 70% of the IVSA budget covered by the reserve fund. So this is still a topic we need to focus on. This is a very important measure for us. Regarding transfer fees, it's requested us that we have more currency options. This goes into, basically when you say more options, it's dollars. Option, in which right now it's available, so with the new portal and the new system for membership fees, all members can choose between euros and dollars, so that's very cool. And we should have a portal, yeah, to facilitate the payments of fees, in which now we do have. And by the way, I will be bothering you during this event so that you enter and choose your membership fee, because a lot of demos that are here did not. Yes. And then that we should also invest in a professional accounting software. So this is something that the current treasurer has been working on. He has some professional work experience in accounting, and he's using a few softwares for this purpose. However, it's a little bit tricky on this matter because those softwares, they are not simple to use. Usually they require some specific knowledge, so we are still working on finding something that's still affordable for IVSA, and at the same time, easy to use for a person that not necessarily has some professional experience. Congress and Symposium is mentioned that we should get more topics, so not focus only on cats and dogs, and have different species also contemplated in the lectures and in the workshops. This is something that we are trying to focus, and we are always improving, always recommending to the organizing committees. I cannot tell to you guys how it was before 2019 because it was not in IVSA at the time or at school. But this is something that I believe we have put some effort in right now. We do have some diversity, but still something that we need to improve because it's still very centralized in the small animals. Then we have bigger diversity on attendees, which that's the most, I don't know even how to say, that's a very tricky point. We still facing a lot of difficulties on this matter. Some depends a lot on us, on how we can contribute on raising funds through DAD and other opportunities with partners and sponsors to bring members from countries that are not developing countries that can attend, so that we can attend with different sources of contributions. But we also face difficulties on the matter of visa. That's a major issue. So we had around 4 delegates that this week had to cancel their attendance to the event because their visa got denied, including even an EXCO member that is facing this issue, even though for EXCO member, they receive also an official support letter signed by me in which, well, that was accepted. So that's a very, very tricky point that we are trying to improve. We are always seeking for new ways, but we also have this extra challenge that there is not much that we can do. And it's also mentioned that IVSA should seek for a professional event planner. However, as you guys know, we do not have that. And that's also not something that is tangible at the moment, because we are talking about couple of dozens of thousands of euros per event that is charged by this. And even professional big associations, such as, for example, WVA, do not have funds to have such companies in their events. So we are not even close to this. This was a topic that we did not put too much attention, exactly due to this fact of financial limitations. Then, on the development fund, it's mentioned that we should increase the opportunities from the development fund to the those that are benefited by it. This is something we'll be focused on, so thankfully, and I believe it will be later on the ED report mentioned, we were able to this term increase the number of scholarships given by DAD. We were able to add a new one, as well as a new collaboration for funding projects with IVC Evidence. She will be going into more details about that. Also, it's mentioned that we should have a constant and online marketplace for constant sales of DAD merch throughout the year. That is something we do not have. And it faces a lot of logistic barriers of having basically an online shop that works globally for IVSA products. So we're still not even close of achieving this goal. We're sorry. And we should also invest in the increase of the development firm projects, which is also something we've been working on in new strategies and how we can collaborate with different associations. So, because we still rely a lot on other associations to have these projects and other collaborations for it, and also Hajar will be, DAD will be bringing a few updates on this matter. I know, I'm almost done. Just kidding. Then on member organizations, of course, this is the basic job and daily job of the MOD, that is to stimulate the happening of exchanges and of the local chapters to host local events inside the universities, or also on a national level throughout the member organization. This is of course a daily task, but we stumble also the fact that many MOs also have different student associations, sometimes inside the university that has different names than IVSA, and IVSA is kind of a department from it, but we are always focused on this. The regional event goes very much along. And our projects on funding, our opportunities on funding projects from MOs also has exactly this goal. We literally give money to projects that we consider good and very well structured, so that you guys can have this opportunity without, of course, the risk of or the limitations on expenses. Then internship and externship, this is also something we are always focused on. Okay, then public relations and communication. We have the mailing list, so it's stated that IVSA should have a mailing list of all IVSA members, and that they would have the opportunity to receive our monthly newsletter directly in their email if they wanted to. So this is something that is also in the project of the portal. So right now we do have this possibility. So when you guys will be invited to join and register inside the portal. You also will have the opportunity to receive or not the newsletter, so it will be your choice. And have a general newsletter, so this will very much along with the first one, so a monthly newsletter so that you guys can be aware of our opportunities and what is going on inside IVSA. Then I'll improve the communication chain. This is of course an ongoing project. There will never be a day that we will say, okay, our communication chain is perfect, but we have been working on this, especially regarding the secretariat work, on increasing the delegation of tasks from EXCO members and chairs and regional reps to the secretary, so that we have, of course, a lower workload on everyone's shoulder and everybody feel more included. And translation to more languages. It's mentioned that IVSA should focus on this. This has a lot of barriers to start our constitution, which states that our official language is only English. And the difficulty of going to more language than this, because we cannot assure continuity. So for example, on this term, I could say that we could have things translated in Croatian because we have a member from Croatia, but I cannot assure the next term we would have any official from this country, and that would limit a little bit the continuity of this project. Besides this, we do not have resources to go to a professional translator or a professional translation software to do this, so we are still having some issues on this matter. But what we've been doing is incentivizing the regional representatives to have, beside English, have opportunities that they are listing, or when they are sharing opportunities from IVSA Global, have them translated in the main language of the region. It's not very useful in Europe, because you guys have a lot of languages there, but especially in MENA, Americas, and Sub-Saharan Africa, this is something that improves a lot, because there is in Americas, Spanish is the main dominant language. In MENA, Arabic is also a very good option. In Sub-Saharan Africa, besides of course English, there's French, which are languages that quite often we can count with members that are native speakers of it. Then on technology, of course, is important to mention. This was written and approved before COVID times. So it was said that IVSA should invest in a meeting software, which nowadays, well, is globally available for free for basically everyone. So we have Google Meets. We also, inside IVSA, we have Microsoft Teams as well. And website maintenance. This has been a long-term issue that we have, because we are VET students, we don't know anything about technology. But now this is grow also inside the members portal project. So together with the portal, we do have a professional tech team. Thank you, Frederick. Frederick's our IT guy. That is handling and managing all the changes in the website and making sure that nobody hacks it or try to put it down. So this is also something we were able to do. And then finally, almost finally, on the standing committees, we said we should invest in investors programs, in which we have been putting a lot of work on this. So at the moment, almost all committees have active ambassadors within them. On partnerships, IVSA the committees should be, again, there is no mention in networks, because networks, they do not exist by this time. Partnerships should be focused on a topic of interest, in which we also put a lot of effort. So right now, all committees and also networks, they do have a specific person dedicated on external relations to seek exactly this sort of partnership, and also some sponsorship that can contribute with their projects. On policy making, so on the part of basically doing statements, advocating on behalf of the students. This is something I just say still face a lot of difficulties on, and we intend also with the manual task force that we intend on creating. We want to focus on this, have some documentations, have some manuals that will help the chairs and the officials to focus on this area, so that we can bring with more frequently to you guys some documentations, and you also can bring to us some areas that IVSA should dedicate and have some statements on, so that exactly we can improve on this area and advocating for students' rights, students' positions, and have like our voice heard on a global level within our partners. Then, of course, benefits for members. This is the daily activity of our committees that we focus on, and it's not a task that we can actually will ever achieve because you always want to improve and bring more benefits for it. That goes very much along with the next one. There are the educational content, so it says that IVSA should have a whole dedicated day by 2024 just for the committees, where they could have lectures on this area, and unfortunately this is still a big challenge. We are still working on a few changes in the way we host our congress and symposia so that we can make it smaller the workload that you guys have, and at the same time have more free space for the committees and now the network so that you guys can have more educational content, which is also a topic that will be brought later from you. Yes. And then on the structure of IVSA, modernized elections. So since Brazil, the elections are held online, which facilitates the life of the election meeting. So, yes. Improve the secretariat work. We are still, it goes very much along with the previous topic that was, I mentioned it here, but I don't know, I cannot find it here. That goes, yeah, here it is. Yeah. Improve the secretariat work so that exactly we can have less workload inside Exco. Everybody can participate and we can stimulate the sense of belonging. Improve trust work, which is basically advising us so that we can ignore the advice, do bad things, and then say, hey, trust, you were right, I'm very sorry, which is quite often what happens. Not in this time. I always hear trust. Yeah, don't do it like this. But yeah, it's basically, it said that we should improve their work, have more spotlight on what they're doing inside IVSA. And then again, this, as well as secretariat, improved secretariat work, is a topic that is ongoing. You will never reach a point where you believe, okay, we achieved the top as the highest level of their work quality that it could ever have. This is not something that we will ever achieve, and probably will be in the new strategic plan, as well as the MOD team workload. We've gone very much along with improving secretariat work. One of the main points of this MOD team workload was the creation of regions inside IVSA, which was achieved, I believe, in 2018, with the creation of the regional representatives. Now IVSA, with the main goal of, first, have less work for the MOD, and then second, stimulate the work inside the regions and stimulate the MOs inside our regions. And now I'm done. Do you guys have any questions? And please speak up. I can see it's different from here. I literally can see all of it. Yes. Thank you. Questions? Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Yuri, for that presentation and all the amazing things. No, let me finish. Thank you for the presentation on all the amazing things you did today. And then I'm saying nice things, and he's not even listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Yuri again.
Yeah, so Yuri, IVSA Exco. I would like to move to table topic 19.0, 19.6, and 19.8. External Relations Officer Report, Committee Coordinator Report, and Treasurer Report.
Good. Everyone needs a second. Any discussion? They aren't here, basically. So that's why we're postponing. But you will still get these.
Yeah, they are not here, basically. But yeah, so the External Relations Officer Report, we had a delay with, well, the External Relations Officer is not attending, so he assigned a secretary. Oh. Sorry.
That wasn't nice. Definitely you.
Oh, yeah, of course. I forgot that was my list. Anyways, so the External Relations Officer is not attending. He assigned a secretariat, one of his secretaries to do the presentation. However, there was like a delay in the secretary flight, and well, she arrived very, very late yesterday, so we'd like to give this person a little bit more time so that to prepare and speak for you. Regarding the committee coordinator, she also had some limitations with some appointments that could not be changed in her country, so she's actually arriving tonight. The reason for tabling that so she can have the opportunity to do so. And on the treasurer, well, the treasurer is the person that had a problem with the visa. We still have some hope that today it will arrive, so that tomorrow the treasurer can attend and join us, but we don't know yet. So we would like to table just to give our treasurer the opportunity to give his report in person, and if it doesn't happen, on video.
Any other discussion? Any objections? Agenda points are tabled, which means we're moving on to 19.3, Development Aid Director Update. Ajara, you can come up.
Hello, Sedia, IVSA Exco. So I'll be presenting what I've been doing for the past months. Okay, so first of all, the IVSA IVSA MO Fund. I was talking about this from the beginning of the term. IVSA IVSA donated to us an amount to use to fund MO's projects from low per capita income countries. And we were able to fund 4 projects this term. We opened 2 editions, one in the beginning of the term and the second one in the second half of the term. And they received up to 400 euros to sponsor the project or initiative. In the first edition, we funded a tuberculosis awareness campaign by IVSA Nigeria, a Myanmar awareness project by IVSA Nepal, and in the second edition, we funded an animal welfare and One Health project by IVSA Malawi and a veterinary clinical skills workshop by IVSA India. And then for our second project, it's actually 2 projects combined into one, which are the membership fee fund and the membership fee sponsorship project. So the membership fee fund is a project that we used to have for the past terms, and is in which the development fund is covering the membership fees of some MOs coming from developing countries. And for the edition of this term, we selected 4 MOs, which were IVSA Ghana, IVSA Philippines, IVSA Somalia, and IVSA Tanzania. Regarding the second part of the project, it's the membership fee sponsorship project. So this one is us giving other MOs the possibility to pay the membership fees of MOs coming from developing countries. Unfortunately, even though we opened it, we had no one participate in the second part of the project, which is why I'm seizing this opportunity to make you aware of it. And if in the upcoming term, we are planning to let it open for like the whole term, which will be giving MOs the possibility to, like during the whole term, choose if they want to sponsor the membership fees of some other MOs. And for MOs coming from developing countries, sometimes their fees are really like not that high, but for the countries themselves they are high, but for other MOs they're not really high. So if you want to contribute into this project, you can do it. And as I was saying, for the upcoming term, we will try to open it for a longer period to give MOs the possibility to participate in it. Then the DED scholarship grant, so we have it each year, and it's a scholarship of 1,000 euros to cover the living expenses during the internship of IVSA members coming from developing countries. This term we granted 4 scholarships to the 4 members on the screen, so Salazar Ignacio from IVSA Mexico, Naima Obe from IVSA Nigeria, Ikram Emiliani from IVSA Morocco, and Sonat Ariel from IVSA Nepal. each event we sell IVSA merchandise to raise funds for the development fund. It's usually hoodies, t-shirts, notebooks, scraps, mugs, or anything with the IVSA logo, so that we can raise funds for the development fund. This year we have done it in the symposium in Slovenia and also in the European symposium in Italy, and we are currently doing it in the Congress in Denmark. And the new thing that we had this term is the pre-ordering. So we allowed delegates to pre-order their merch prior to the events. And yeah, that's it for the IVSA merchandise. Then for the auctions, so each Congress and Symposium we have two main auctions, the live and silent auctions, for which you can find a document in the Delegates Drive under the DAD folder explaining everything regarding to auctions. So the silent auction is silent as its name indicates. So we have items on the tables, we walk and you bid on the stuff you want to take, and then the highest bidder gets the item. And the live auction is more active because there is a presenter and the bidding is like people are bidding, and then the final price, the final bidder gets the auction item. And I also want to remind you, for those who are still not getting the auction items, that we will be receiving them tomorrow during breakfast as well. And please remember to fill out the auctions form prior to handling your auction items. And then the reduced fee spots. So during each IVSA international event, we have some reduced fee spots that we grant to members coming from developing countries. We have 2 spots for the symposium and 3 spots for the congress, and they just pay half the fee. And to apply for it, it's actually while applying for the congress or the symposium. Now moving to the MO's donations. So this, as you probably know, the Development Fund relies highly on MO's donations and on the auctions and the merchandise, which is why MO's activities matter a lot for us to raise funds. We opened the projects called the Be Kind World in the beginning of the term to give MOs the possibility to do fundraising activities to generate money for the development fund. For the duration it was open, no one participated, unfortunately. And we have now started working with a software that will allow the donations in a very easy manner, which is called the Donor Box. And for your information, we are also using the Donor Box to pay for the auction items and for the merchandise during this event. It's really easy to use. You just need to fill out your information, and you can pay using Apple Pay, Google Pay, or your credit card. It's really easy to use, and it allows us to collect money easily. And in the Delegates Drive under the DAD folder, you will find a document explaining the payment methods for the IVSA merchandise as well as the auction items, and in there is a QR code for the donor box that we are using for the merchandise, and then for the auction items I will be sharing with you one as well. And also this term we received a donation from IVSA Norway. They organized a cake sale to raise funds for the development fund, and were able to donate 652.05 euros, which made it possible for us to increase the number of DAD scholarships this term. So thank you all. And I'd like to say that you can see that thanks to donations we are able to do stuff, so I'm encouraging members to try to do fundraising activities. Even smaller donations can contribute. We can pay membership fees with them. We can gather money for the scholarships, or we can even try to do other projects. So please, if you're able to do so, try to organize fundraising activities. And as I said, now thanks to Donor Box, it will be really easy for us to collect money for the donations. Moving to the Zotis Individual Exchange Scholarship. So this is just a proposal that we made to Zotis regarding an extra scholarship for the development fund. We are still waiting on a response from them. We had a meeting with them, we sent a proposal. They told us to recontact them by the end of the term, which is what we are going to do, and then we will see if we will be able to get a scholarship for the upcoming term. And last I have is the topic of the Bisava book donation. So this one is a very old project. The Bisava donated some veterinary books to the Development Fund in 2019. So these books were originally intended to be sent to some IVSA MOs, but due to COVID and us not being, to ship stuff and everything, the books ended up not being sent and they were kept in the UK. And it was brought to my attention this term that we still have these books in the UK. We tried to see if we could still ship them somewhere, but unfortunately, due to high taxes and high transportation fees, we were not able to do so. However, we coordinated with Vet Books for Africa, which is an organization in South Africa that collects veterinary books and sends them to African countries to donate them to veterinary students there and veterinary universities. So we are still in the talk with them to try to make it happen because they want to cover the transportation and taxes fee if we donate the books to them. So this is what we're trying to do to make the best use of these books. That was it for me. I don't know if you have any questions or maybe if someone would like to know something more.
Thank you, Ajar, for all the wonderful projects that you and the Development Fund have been doing. It really is one of IVSA's most valuable projects in my own personal opinion. Then, up next is the Secretary General update. So Jake, please go ahead and come on up here.
IVSA Exco. So the first update is I made a friendly amendment to the IVSA Constitution, and this amendment was just the updating of the official IVSA address within the Constitution, so no actual changes, just updating our official registration address. In one of the previous updates, we talked about the Strategic Planning Committee. So we are having a new strategic planning committee to plan for the next 5 years of IVSA. We have set up the task force, and Mehdi Amrani, who is a IVSA trust member, currently is the chair of the committee. And the applications, if you want to take part in planning the next 5 years plan of IVSA. So here's the QR code if you would like to be a part of that. These will be placed on the breaks presentations that we'll be playing as well. If you have any questions about this, you can feel free to ask officials as well.
As someone who is in the committee, I can do a quick comment. You don't have to be super experienced in IVSA. Actually, we want people who have very little experience to tell us what they think. So anyone can apply.
To repeat that, so if people didn't hear, we want a mix of people who have a lot of experience and little experience in IVSA to help improve the future of IVSA, so we get diverse input from everyone. So that is the applications. The QR code is also on our social media pages. If you have questions, again, feel free to come up and ask during breaks. Or, like I said, Lisa is a member of trust, and she is very knowledgeable on this as well. So just also think about any IVSA members. The next one is the IVSA History Project, which is now the IVSA History Task Force, is also having their applications are open, and they've been
both sets of applications have been open for, I think, about the last week and a half. They will remain open until the 15th. So if you would like to help assist in the documentation of all the history of IVSA in the last 70 years, you can also take part in that. And the final is officials' resignation. So we had 2 officials resign. Constantina Luca, the chair of the Standing Committee of Wellness, resigned on the 18th of June due to personal reasons, and Karina Retnessa, who was the secretary of the committee coordinator, has been appointed as the interim chair of the Standing Committee on Wellness. The second official resignation was from EXCO. Lita Salsa-Villa was resigned as the position of Public Relations Coordinator, effective the 22nd of March. And Martina Marino, who was the secretary of PRC, was appointed as the interim Public Relations Coordinator. And with that, I would like to move to make Martina Marino the official Public Relations Coordinator.
Second.
Sorry, I took mine off because it was hurting my ears. Any discussion on this motion? Any objections? Seeing none, congratulations. Enjoy the position for the last one and a half months.
And that is the end of my update. Is there any questions? Seeing none.
Yay.
Madam Chair.
Mademoiselle Chair, if I may. All right. As you can see, my job now, today, it's very chilled. I didn't have to do that much. All I need to do is introduce the next person. Agenda point 19.5, memorization director update. Done. And as a Dutch person, I am loving the color she's wearing.
Wanda Dujic, IVSA Exco 46. Nobody did this. And you should be an example for delegates. So, this is the report for what we did during my term, MOD report. First, I'd like to introduce you my team. So, as you can see, there is a lot of us, and I would like to use this opportunity to thank my whole team for all they've done during this term. And then some stuff that we did. So this is the part that I'm kind of proudest of. We had regional symposiums in all of the regions besides the MENA region. For Asia, the Americas, and SSA, it was an online one due to the financial restraints, so it is a bit hard for them to travel inside of their region. And we had the Europe Regional Symposium in person. This was the first one. It happened in IVSA Italy organized it in Turin, but the reports from regional reps will tell you more about it. For MENA, due to the problems that the President already addressed, we didn't have a regional symposium. However, our interim regional rep managed to have a regional meeting. So hopefully we will continue this trend in the future of having symposiums in all of the regions, including MENA. After that, what we've done is we changed the membership declarations. That's something I already addressed in the symposium. However, happily we won't need them soon because we have members portal now. I've been working on the EU bulletin, making it better. Making it better, and we also introduced the subscription part. However, this will also be better when we have members portal, because then all of the members will have an opportunity to say if they want to receive it at their personal email address, and yeah. Next, we had presidents and EOs meetings. I didn't have them as much as many as I wanted to. However, from feedback I got, most of the MOs are really happy with this new arrangement. It wasn't too much for them. I heard that for some of them in previous terms, there were too many of them, so they couldn't attend them, and therefore the engagement was a bit lower. The next thing is something that most of the regional reps worked on, is one-on-one meetings with MOs. The idea behind this is for regional representatives to meet with MOs and discuss the issues they have, or discuss what they've been working on that term. This is also something that is going to be addressed in regional representatives' reports, but the feedback we got is very good because this helped us connect more to the MOs and realize the problems they are facing and maybe helping them in solving it. The next is we have a new MOs. 4 of them will be presented during the Congress, 3 were presented during a symposium, so it's 7 in total, which I think is very good. And we managed to reactivate IVSA Romania, which is here with us, IVSA Spain, and IVSA China, that is also here with us. Yeah, it is good to see you back here. What? The next is what we've been working on is Top MO competition. I changed it a bit together with my secretaries, and it is going to be announced during the Congress, so stay tuned. We had Excellence Award, that was also, we had one during, and we are going to have another one announced during the Congress. What we've also been working on is on the website, we updated stuff regarding the exchanges and regarding the application to to make an MO inside of IVSA, and what to do when you create new local chapters. So this way, if you go to our website, you will know steps you need to take, and it is in a way better organized and structured, so that IVSA, so that MOD also know what's going on and when you're creating new local chapters. And in that way, we can support you better. What we've been working for as well is countries without MOs. This is an ongoing project. We are collecting emails from different national boards of countries which do not have MOs, and this kind of goes together with the invitation letter. We've made a new invitation letter, and the idea is to send it to these contacts we get in order to have more new MOs and have more diverse, I wanted to say population, but it's not population, say it, like representation inside of IVSA. We've been working a lot on communication. As you can see, we had one-on-one meetings with MOs. We also established WhatsApp chats for each region, which work out very well. It is kind of more direct contact with presidents and EOs of different MOs. And yeah, another thing I wanted to address is members portal. So we started application of different MOs into the members portal. This is important because in this way we know who is an active member organization, and this way you will get the invoices to pay fees through the members portal. By now we only have 36, I mean it's not only, but if you look at it, we have around 70 MOs, we have only 36 that apply. And just to mention, basically most of you said that you have access to your official email addresses. So if you didn't apply, to members portal, please do so. An email was sent with step-by-step on how to apply. I will resend one more during either today or tomorrow. So please, this is really, really important, and we will address it one more time during the EO meeting. Okay, and yeah, the now a little bit like not a great part is there are some MOs that were terminated. So in order to terminate MOs, they need to be inactive for 2 consecutive years. And in order to consider them inactive, this means that they do not have established national board and they did not pay their fees. So if one of these 2 criteria is not done, they are considered an inactive. And after 2 years, they are automatically terminated. So I will just show you who we terminated based on that. It is Paraguay, St. Kitts and Nevis, Belarus, North Macedonia, Republic of Moldova, Russia, Cameroon, Ethiopia, Canada, and Australia. Since we terminated Australia, we will not have elections for the regional rep of Pacific region, and I hope in the future we'll be able to get these MOs back. However, moving with the members portal, we kind of need to clean our list to know who our members are, and so we can have better relations with them. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Vonda. Are there any questions for Vonda? None. Then you're allowed to sit back down again. All right. Seeing that agenda point 19.6 is tabled, we go off to 19.7, the public relations coordinator update. So I would like to ask Marina to come here. There we go.
Hello everyone. I hope you guys are so excited for the GA. Are you guys excited? We're gonna have more exciting things happening after this. My name is Martina Marina. You guys can call me Marina from IVS Exco, and my bidding number is 61. I used to be interim, but like 10 minutes ago you guys voted for. Thank you so much for today I will be updating the things that I've been doing for about like 4 or 5 months, and what we are going to do in about like 1 month. So before I would like to introduce my team. We have a lot of changes in my team, but this is what we have now. It's me, Marin, and we also have John, our secretary, shared with DAD, and also we have Eva, but unfortunately she's not here with us. And we also have Stella, and she is shared with Sissy. Yes, so thank you guys so much for all your help this year, because it's been amazing with you guys. I love you. So, talking about the PRC, our team, we are talking about how we brand IVSA. So basically, we are working on how we want IVSA to be seen by the public. So we have a lot of things that are connected to it, which are, for example, the graphic that we have in our social media or our website, and every single details like our font, our color, and every single thing basically is connected to IVSA brand. So it is important for PRC to have what they want to do every single year to make sure that how we are seen by the public. So these are the graphics that we have this year. I decided not to change on what we have from the beginning of term with the previous PRC, because I believe like it's a good design, and also I want people to like this shirt to know that if you're seeing this, it means you're seeing posts from IVSA Global. So it's a good thing. By the way, don't forget to apply to these things, please. We need you guys. And we also, please. And these are the colors that we are using this year. Of course, we will always use our favorite color, the royal blue, our IVSA color. And yeah, graphic design is my passion. Also, this year we have currently 4 active social media. So we currently have our LinkedIn activated like this year, thanks to Yuri, you're great. And also we have our YouTube, which are currently on live. Hopefully my voice are clear in the live. And also we have our social media, our Instagram and Facebook. So if you haven't subscribed or follow or like our page, do it after the GA, but do it please. And yeah. So I haven't seen a lot of people doing this, but if you're posting something about this congress, please take us on our IVSA Global. So IVSA under Global, and I will post your story. So please, and also tag IVSA Denmark. And the next thing that we have now is the PR manual. So PR manual is basically a manual which we have a lot of things regarding PRC and the team. So for example, what the tasks or responsibility of PRC are, and what we are doing in the PR team, and also like our roles and the secretary, and also like the projects that we have. We believe that this manual is important for the next PRC to navigate their way through the next term, so they know like what we have been doing this term, and maybe like as an input on what they might be able to do next term and what they need to improve in the next term. And we finally been able to update our IVSA website. Truthfully speaking, I wasn't doing much in updating our website. Yuri did a lot of things. So everyone say thank you to Yuri. We are updating our website. We have a lot of new information in our website. So if you are new to IVSA and you would like to know more about IVSA, open our website, ivsa.org. It's easy. You have everything there. Everything. So also if you are running for a position and maybe you don't know which position you want to run, you can also check this website for more information. So please check our website because it's cool and new. And there are projects that we have official shirt and business card that has been like doing since the beginning of the term. We don't have our shirt now because we're planning to have this presentation yesterday, but we don't. But do you remember the cool shirts that we have yesterday? It was the official shirt. And also business card. The business card is basically a card with information, personal information of the officials. So when they were attending events like partner or sponsor events, they can like introduce themselves and make networks with people using the business card. And also an ongoing things is PR network. So every term we try to have a group with the whole graphic designer, social media related, basically position that is related to publication, like public relation. So it's also from the community, also from network and regional team, in order to have a better communication and to discuss a lot of things. So I believe the PR this year from community, network and regional has been really amazing. You guys have great designs, everything is great. So thank you guys for all of your hard work. So our baby, the most exciting things, IVSA Journal, it's coming soon, very soon. So we are really excited for this, and we need your help to make IVSA Journal. So we are accepting submission from MOs, individuals, and also from everyone here to help make IVSA Journal. So we gonna have 3 things that can be submitted from you guys. First of all, we have MO Corners articles. So MOs, I know you've been doing a lot of things these past years. So if you like to have like projects that you would love to share to our members, you can share this through IVSA Journal. And also, for everyone here, if you have a lot of favorite moments from IVSA, including this symposium, this congress, and also maybe from symposium in Slovenia and any other things, for example, exchanges that you have with your other MOs, your projects in your MOs, and many other things, you can submit your photos and short description to this QR code. And we are also accepting individual articles, and we do have a lot of topics that you can choose. And you can read everything in this Google form, in this QR code. So if you are interested, please submit your articles. And by the way, we haven't posted this in our social media, so you guys are the first one to know. So just so you know, so please do it. And that's all for me. Thank you so much for listening. Question time. Yeah, you do.
57, it's not analyzed in Belgium. Just to let you know, the form isn't open yet.
Oh, okay. Thank you for letting me know. I will open it in like after the TA. Thank you so much.
Lisa? Lisa Deur, IVSA Netherlands, number 27. From the amendment, I was just looking at your manual that you have for PR team. It says secretary roles, and here's the roles. Yes. Maybe less else.
Yes, I actually, thank you so much for loving this, Lisa. I was the one who makes the design, so I didn't actually do recheck, and I will basically check everything. So thank you so much, Lisa. I love you.
Okay, next time, don't forget not to speak before.
So sorry.
And no names. We are not allowed to say names. But you did really well.
Thank you.
And thank you for all the things you shared. Your time was a little shorter than most others of the expo, but you did not work any less hard than the rest of them. Okay.
Yeah, so Yuri, IVSA Exco, I would like to move to table, so 19.8 is tabled, but 19.9 all the way to 19.16, which is basically all the committees and networks updates.
Any discussion? Yes, no.
Yeah, so the reason is basically, get very close to the topic. Yeah, so the reason is basically the same as why we table 19.8. The committee coordinator will be arriving today. So this will give a few of the updates that will be given by her. And then we will just make it, we'd like to make with her presence here.
All right, any further discussion? Any objections? Seeing none, motion passes. Agenda points are tabled. Yay! Good. So that leaves us with 19.17, which is the MENA Regional Representative update, which will be delivered by Fonda.
Yeah, so Vanda Lucic, IVSA Exco. 46. So as I mentioned it previously, and also the President mentioned it in his presentation, due to the issues we were going through with the MENA regional representative, we will not have a report about it, and actually I reported about it, them having a regional meeting. That's all. All right. Questions?
is the Europe region representative update. Oh, not Europe.
Yuri and the CXCO, I would like to table topic 19.18 and 19.19, the reports from Europe and the Americas region.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Yes, you may.
Yeah, so the reason for this is basically because it was scheduled to not be today, but we have to make a few changes in our agenda, and we would like to, at least that they are aware in advance when they're going to prepare, which was not the case for today, so yeah, that's why.
Any further discussion? Any objections? Seeing that agenda points are tabled, in case you're confused at this point at all the tabling that's going on and all the agenda points that are moving around a lot, I understand how chaotic it can be. I would like to say this is not the way it usually is. Unfortunately, this is the way it usually is. It's just because it's really hard for the officials to predict how long discussions are going to take, if there's going to be discussions, what the GA is going to have opinions on, yes or no, and then the whole code of conduct gave a more of a discussion than I thought, so that's why that has really influenced our agenda quite a bit. So that's why at this point we're doing a lot of moving around. There were some issues with flights and visas and everything, so that's all kind of influencing the way that we have to run our GAs. So at this point we're also improvising as we go. However, for you guys, it doesn't really matter. We're going to go through all of the agenda points anyways. We're just moving them around a bit. All you need to do is listen and then interact and say the things that you want to say to us. So if you're confused, try not to let it influence your GA experience as much. Having said that, we're moving on to agenda point 19.20, which is Asia Regional Rep. And then after that, the Sub-Saharan Africa Regional Rep presentation, which both will be delivered by Vlada. Oh, Gwyneth.
Hi, everyone. It's IVSA. I'd like to make a motion to take a rest break, please.
So the motion is there any discussion on this motion? You may speak if you just want to. So you just want to pee, I assume? It's a motion. Is there any other discussion on going for a break for, let's say, 5 minutes? Any objections? Seeing none, motion passes. Oh.
Summarize what happened, because we did.
Do I have to repeat the motion? Oh, the motion on the floor is going for recess for. Going for recess for 5 minutes. To pee. That's the motion on the floor. Any further discussion? Any objections? Seeing none, we're at recess at 4:20 p.m. We'll see you back.
great response from all 4 organizations, and there is a plan on doing something similar next year. Then we had a second Asia Regional Symposium, which was already mentioned in my presentation, but to get you more info, it happened from April 28th to April 30th, and it was online through Microsoft Teams. We had 170 registrations and around 100 participants throughout the 3 days. Lectures were given by speakers, and also we had standing committee and networks, workshops and lectures. Besides that, what is like the goal of the regional symposium is to have regional meeting. The point of regional meeting is to meet with MOs from the specific region and then discuss how things are going inside of a region, what are the plans for the future, answer some of the questions, etc. And regional meeting in Asian Symposium happened on the first day, and we had an attendance from all 12 Asian MOs. So as you can see, members portal was discussed. This is kind of a topic that we are always mentioning all over again because it is new and important. There were updates from Asian region and future plans for Asian region. Then this is also something I mentioned. One-on-one meetings with MOs were started. They were conducted between January and March. And each MO wrote their own agenda and to discuss projects and issues. For Asian region, this was the approach we took, and it helped a lot because the regional representative, together with his team, was able to prepare for the discussions. Common issues that all of these MOs had that was brought up during the one-on-one meetings are that online exchanges have gotten boring, organizing offline events, funding, planning, and the issues with finding sponsors and getting recognition, and there is a problem with the supports from university. As you can see, not all MOs face this, but there were quite a few that do not have any support. Regarding the new MOs, again, we reactivated IVSA China, and there were new local chapters added to different MOs, so India, Philippines, and Pakistan. This is also an ongoing process of finding new MOs and local chapters to add to Asian region. External relations, this, I deleted this. This was the last slide that was supposed to be related, I'm very sorry. So, this is the last slide, and thank you for your attention. Are there any questions?
Okay. Thank you, Wanda. You may continue. With the next agenda point, which is
Just okay.
Subsidiary?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Meryl. So I will continue with a report from IVSA Sub-Saharan Africa. To start with, the region is IVSA Sub-Saharan Africa. They have a team of 10 members, and there are 12 MOs inside of this region. What has been done during this term is regional symposium that happened from 6th to 9th of July, and the theme was building a resilient One Health system in Sub-Saharan Africa. Besides that, there are some ongoing and future projects. So the thing that is an ongoing project is a survey on rabies vaccination among clinical students in the region. And this is done in collaboration with Standing Committee on One Health. Besides that, there is a sponsorship deal with Royal Canin, which is still under review, but this is something that will probably going to happen in the near future. And we are in some discussions with the Africa Public Health Student for the Africa Public Health Student Summit that is going to take place in November in Kenya. Besides that, some of the challenges that are ongoing in this sub-Saharan Africa region is deficiency of enthusiasm, motivation, problem adjusting to the migration to the online management system, and publicity. Besides that, what they kind of proposed as in what could be done to make it better is that competitions and quizzes should be specific with the prize details in order for members to make more definitive, so that we have better participation, and that there should be a special kind of attention given to the region, since this is one of the regions that struggles the most. And the conclusions are that the work in the region has been good so far. We managed to organize a regional symposium, which helped a lot on getting engagement inside of a region, and this is something that is a kind of an ongoing project that should be worked more on in the future. Thank you. Are there any questions?
All right. Thank you. Then I believe the chair will now entertain a motion to untable agenda points 50 and 51. No, this is something else. John? How have you had the mic the entire time, and when you want to speak, you don't have it? Oh, maybe
John Pan, IVSA Taiwan, I so move.
Yes, exactly. So when I entertain it, someone else needs to move it for me. But we'll get there, it's only day 2. Any discussion on this motion? Basically, we've gone through what we wanted to do for GA 1 onwards, that we actually planned on doing yesterday, and now we're going to continue with what we scheduled for today, which is the 2 proposals on the new event structure and on the president elections. Any further discussion? Any objections? Seeing none, agenda points are untabled. So first up is the agenda point on the events structure. I'm going to pull up the document. This is a proposal by Wanda. And then before the presentation, I do really hope everyone read through it before this, because it is actually something that is going to impact IVSA a lot, also it's going to impact you guys a lot. So this is a great thing to pay a lot of attention to. After this, the buddies are going to come to you guys, you're going to be able to ask all the questions that you want to ask, and then after that we're going to open the floor for discussion. So this is also a great moment for you guys to be very interactive and proactive and give us all of your opinions on this new idea for the way that we will be handling our in-person / possibly online events in the future. All right, Fonda.
IVSA Expo 46. Where is my So yeah, I will just take a second. If you want to check the document, you can scan it, the delegates folder here, and it's under important documents. It has its own folder, so it will be easier for you maybe to follow what's going on. So, new IVSA event structure. First, a little introduction. IVSA was established nearly 70 years ago. Actually, we are celebrating our birthday, I believe it's next week. And when it was established, there was, we established that we have 2 in-person events yearly. However, as IVSA grows, we have more and more MOs, and we are spread across all these events, which was also the case for this event as any other in-person event. Besides that, organizing 2 live events significantly burdens the team of the officials. This is something I can say from my personal experience. Moving on to having 5 regional symposiums and having 2 in-person global events is a bit hard and doesn't let you to concentrate maybe on other or also important things. And besides that, there is the issue of IVSA budget because it greatly affects our budget that we are making it yearly. So, in order to kind of address these problems, I propose a concept of transitioning to 1 online event and 1 in-person event. The symposium is in brackets and Congress is in brackets because that's how it would be. The event that is now called symposium, happening usually between December and the end of January, would move to be online, and the one that we are on right now, which is the Congress, would still be the in-person event. Objectives that what we kind of want to reach with this is to have better engagement of members during General Assemblies, give the same opportunity to members from all over the world to attend, cut expenses in the IVSA budget, reduce the workload of the IVSA team of officials, improve the quality of in-person events because by having only 1, we can concentrate more on the quality of that 1 event, and to facilitate the attendance of members at in-person events. It kind of goes the same, so if there is only 1 in-person event yearly, people could kind of save money and concentrate more on attending that event instead of being kind of spread between 2 events. So how it would kind of be done? Itinerary, the idea is that we would have online, so that it would be held online over 2 consecutive weekends, so during Saturdays and Sundays from the start of, so somewhere from the start of December to the end of February. The exact dates would be determined together with the online organizing committee president and IVSA team of officials. We would take in consideration holidays and similar stuff because we know that there are a lot of holidays, specifically December, January. So we would keep that in mind, not to have it during these days. And it would be conducted in a way that special general assemblies were conducted, which would be seen during COVID time and also happened when some of the events had to be cancelled due to different reasons, so we needed to move on to special general assemblies. The itinerary would primarily consist of general assemblies that would be spread out over 20 hours. Why is it like that? It's to kind of be focused on only general assemblies and to not prolong it that much because, as we know, we are also in different time zones, so this is something I will address a little bit later, but could be a problem. And it would start at 1 p.m. UTC+0. I know it's not ideal time for everyone, but there is no ideal time for everyone. But when I was proposing this, we talked about how to do it in a way that all of members can attend it. And I will also address this a little bit later in the presentation. Each of these weekends would have their own dedicated agenda to ensure efficient organization and focused discussion. What is meant by that? So we will have it Saturday, Sunday, and then next Saturday, Sunday, so GA1, GA2, GA3, GA4. GA1 and GA2 would have kind of their own agenda. Why is it? It is so, as you can see in the General Assembly, there are unpredicted stuff. So that not all, if we need to table stuff and discussions prolong, so that not all prolongation of GAA is on the last day. Next is voting rights. So right now, as it is in the bylaws, we have active member organization, inactive member organizations, and candidate member organizations. Active member organizations have rights to vote. These are the member organizations that attended live in-person GA, full session of in-person GA, and then they got their voting rights. Inactive, I already explained this earlier, and then they do not have right to vote. And then we have candidate member organizations that also do not have right to vote until they finish the whole session of General Assembly. So, in order to improve this, because it kind of doesn't make sense to have online General Assembly, but still not let people who, for who we are mostly doing this, is for the member organizations that cannot attend in-person events. So there is no, it makes no sense to have them, give them an ability to attend online General Assemblies, but that they do not still have voting rights. So I propose that we have a new category of membership status called candidate voting member organizations. And they would have voting rights exclusively during the symposium online. How would they get their, so how would they get their voting rights? So we have candidate member organization. I will use an example of IVSA Tanzania that was recently approved as a MO. They are candidate member organization, and in order to gain their candidate voting member organization, the status of candidate voting member organization, they also would need to attend a full session of online GAs. So they would attend it one time, and then next year they would have voting rights during the symposium. However, for the in-person GAs, what would that mean? It would kind of be the same as it is, as it was with the resolution we brought. So the same way, for example, IVSA Venezuela got their voting rights in this event. So if they are candidate voting member organization, their voting rights would be granted at the first in-person GA session during the first GA, as is the current GA resolution is. Candidate member organizations would still not have voting rights. They would still need to attend the whole session of in-person GAs to grant them. And inactive MOs stay the same. They do not have voting rights. Quorum. The quorum for the Congress would stay the same. It is 40% of all active MOs, and but the quorum for the symposium would be 40% of all active and candidate voting member organizations. The quorum would be checked at the beginning of each GA with a roll call, same as we have in the in-person GAs. Regarding the elections for hosting the Congress and president elections would stay the same as they are now, and it would be voted during the symposium online. Regarding the finances, so the expenses of hosting the symposium would be on IVSA budget. It would be free of charge to delegates, and we would still have the expense report from that online symposium presented during the next General Assembly session, meaning during the Congress. Regarding the delegates, members who would attend, the number that would be accepted would be set up according to limitations of the platform we would be using. All member organizations that apply to attend the symposium would be given the spaces of at least 2 delegates. The preference in choosing the delegates would be given to the president and exchange officer of the national board, as it is right now. But again, we would also strive, so everybody would have, every MO would have place for their delegates in the symposium. So how would we organize it? We would have online organizing committee. How would it work? Online organizing committee president would be elected during the symposium a year in advance. If there are no applications for the position during the symposium, which we know can happen, we would do an open call immediately after the symposium ends, so we kind of figure out everything until the Congress. And why is it important? Because the OOC president has some assignments. So the OOC president needs to do an open call for their team, and which would consist of delegates affairs team, documents team, activities team, and public relations team. This is according to the OC manual, to the new OC manual. Besides that, the president, OOC president would need to present the symposium during the next GA session with information on dates of the symposium, maximum number of delegates, platform that is going to be used for this, budget, and the whole OOC team. Registration would kind of stay the same as it is right now. It would be open for at least, it would be open at least 90 days prior to the event and would be open for at least 30 days. So, the procedures on how to move on to go to this new IVSA event structure is, so it's written, present and discuss in Denmark to get the opinion and inputs of the GA. This is something we are doing right now. And then vote on moving forward with having the GA resolution that would be presented during the next GA. Then we would present a GA resolution in Denmark, and it would consist of following topics. So it would mean that we would not be voting on the next symposium in Denmark. Correct. You know that we opened the nominations for the symposium. However, we would close the nominations and we would not choose a next symposium. So, the next host of the symposium, thank you. Then we would move the nominations for the symposium to the nominations for Congress. We have two rules that apply, which is Ireland and Morocco. So we would move their nominations from the ones for hosting the symposium to hosting the next Congress. We wouldn't open nominations for the 73rd IVSA symposium during the symposium in Indonesia and the Congress in Peru. We would create a task force for writing the changes in the bylaws of the new event structure because, as you can imagine, it would affect a lot our current bylaws. We would bring bylaw and constitutional amendments to the symposium in Indonesia with the structural change in the new IVSA global events. And then there would also be another resolution to the 72nd, brought to the 72nd IVSA symposium in Indonesia, stating that the new bylaws, if accepted, are valid for the next 3 years. Why is it like that? It's because to have this trial period, how would it work? Me with my team would bring the new bylaws in Indonesia. You would vote, GA would vote on it, and then if it's accepted, it is valid for next 2 years. After this 3 years passes, we would vote again on if we are continuing this way or we just figure out this is not working for us and maybe we need to think of another way it would work or go back to as it is right now. And if the topics, it's written wrongly, it's 3.1.4, 3.1.5, and 3.1.6 are not honored, IVSA would continue with the current IVSA event structure. So what that means that if I don't do anything and come to Indonesia without anything, or I don't do my part of the job, I come to Indonesia, there is nothing going on, then this is not going to happen, and what would happen is that the 73rd IVSA symposium would be held in the form of a special General Assembly, and then after it we would continue having events in person as it is right now. Okay. So, can you give me water? So some of the good, so every decision, as you know, has good and bad sides. The pros of this is that we would promote diversity and inclusivity because this was kind of my main goal, and it was also something that was brought up in strategic plan, and this is something we struggle a lot with. We do not have certain regions covered at all in the in-person events, especially Sub-Saharan Africa region. We didn't, since we got back to in-person events, so Brazil, Slovenia, and now Denmark, there was not even one delegate from Sub-Saharan Africa region. Besides that, there are other MOs that are struggling with sending delegates to the events. We would have lower expenses for delegates because they could attend General Assembly without free of charge, basically, and that way we would cut some of their expenses. It would also lower IVSA expenses, and I believe that this is something you're going to see when the budget is presented. We spend roughly 10,000 euros in the travel expenses for EXCO and officials to attend one in-person event. Besides that, we would have better engagement, in which way, because we would have, because MOs from all over the world would be able to attend it, and that would increase our engagement, and also we would be able to hear opinions and inputs from different perspectives and from people with different cultural backgrounds. And I think it's very important, especially because we here make some decisions that in the end affect whole IVSA, and we do not have adequate representation while making that decisions. Besides that, we would reduce workload of IVSA team of officials. This is something I already addressed previously. We are moving on to having more events inside of IVSA, which basically means that not just MOD team, but the whole team of officials needs to work a lot on organizing these events, and sometimes it means that they cannot concentrate on other things that are also equally important, or they cannot work on progressing in different aspects. Next one is improved quality of in-person events. Why? Because we will basically have a year to do so. What is happening right now is in September we change terms, and then usually September is kind of a handover period. You don't know where you are, what is going on, and then all of a sudden you need to organize an in-person event. And besides that, we would have more time to concentrate and organize better IVSA Congress. And the last one is better participation in in-person events. Why? What is meant by that is I believe it would be a lot easier for all of the delegates who are here or who attended both symposium in Slovenia and now in Denmark. If we have only one event, you need to only spend money for one of these events. This might not be a problem. Yeah, it is a problem. But especially, for example, next year we have one event in Indonesia and then another one in Peru, which is going to be expensive for a lot of people to travel to both sides. So for Indonesia, obviously Asian region will be happy. It will be easy to get them there. But we also have all the 4 other regions that would really need to spend some money to get there. And then after 16 months after that, we will have an event on the other part of the world. So yeah. And as there is pros, there is cons. First one is technical issues. This is a problem that is happening even in in-person events. There are always some kind of technical issues, but I'm sorry. the way to solve this is there are also organizations that would that working with them could provide Wi-Fi for the duration of the event. This is specifically important for the developing countries because they struggle with this stuff the most. The second one is time zones, which is, as I said, I already addressed this. We would start at 1 p.m. UTC plus 0. We would have roughly 5 hours each day. I even in the document put kind of an example of how the agenda would look like, so if you want to, you can take a look there. 1 p.m. would mean that for some of the MOs, it would start around 5 a.m. in the morning, and for some of the MOs, it means that it would start around 10 p.m. in the evening. One of the ways we plan on working on this is putting the more important discussions and things that are kind of we need to vote on or decide on. We would put them earlier in the agenda, so in order to not have people, especially from Asian region, have to vote on things at 3 a.m. because it's not the same as if it's only around 9, 10 p.m. It's not ideal, but this is kind of the way to go. The other thing is that what we would not do is table things from one weekend and transfer it to another. So we would kind of treat these 2 weekends as 2 separate agendas. Yeah, that's it. The third problem is the lack of social events, and I know everybody who's here maybe enjoys this part the most. I completely understand it, and it's kind of different to have an online event. We talk a lot in the breaks about things you can always approach the officials or you approach each other and talk about stuff. However, this is something that can be solved by having online alternatives. This also depends greatly on the members. What is the problem? It's kind of the same problem with the lack of social events and the inefficiency of the buddy system, is that people tend to hide behind the computer. So if you don't see them, they just don't speak or they do not show up. In order to solve this is, well, mostly, I believe with time and when members get used to this kind of events, they would attend this part, the breakout rooms and the alternatives to social events more. But I believe this is also something that the team of the officials and the MOD team should address more and work out on motivating members to talk and engaging with them more. And the last one is the AD fund. As you know, we host silent and live auctions during the in-person events. By moving to this new structure, this would mean that we only have one silent and one live auction, and one merchandise selling. And the AD mostly gets money from these live auctions. One of the ways to solve this, and this is something we already started, is to motivate member organizations to donate to the AD fund the same way IVSA normally did, because as you can see, it helps us a lot, and one more person got the scholarship this year because of that. And this way, the other problem is that I believe that not all of the MOs are even aware of what the AD fund is and where their money, even if they donate, it goes, and what does it even mean when you buy something during the live auction. Mostly people do it because it's fun and you get to bring something home. But what I was thinking is that we would find specific projects for which then MOs could decide to donate money specific for this project, and we would keep keep a track of the progress and update MOs on how we are going regarding raising funds for this certain project, which I believe would motivate member organizations to host more fundraising events. And I believe it would also help MOs with getting better engagement from their own MOs, because what I figured this year is that one of the biggest struggles is getting back after COVID. A lot of members are lack motivation and are not that present as they were before the COVID pandemic. And I believe that's it. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanda. So before we're moving to questions, as I mentioned before, we're going to go on call for the buddies. So having said that, the chair will now entertain a motion to stand at ease for 15 minutes. But it was good. I loved seeing all of these hands. I'm going to try and get someone new to do it every time.
Tara, and this is Slovenia. My number is 22. I so move.
Second. Any discussion? Any objections? Seeing none, we're at ease. That means you're not allowed to leave. So you can stay in your seats, and then the buddies will come to you and discuss this proposal. Ask them anything you want. I love that I don't even have to start this. It's someone else that can start it for me. Fonda.
IVSA Exco 46. I move to approve the proposal of new IVSA event structures.
Second.
Okay. There's a motion on the floor now. I'm going to ask for any discussion later on. This, I'm just going to quickly clarify. This motion is just voting on approving this proposal. This proposal outlines a procedure. I'm going to quickly show this procedure on the screen. So basically, the motion on the floor now is to approve this, which is that there's going to come a GA resolution. This resolution is going to be brought to you guys, so the resolution is going to have some of the topics that are in there. This resolution.
Can you explain what the resolution is?
Yes. Oh, that's a good one. I'm going to explain what a resolution is. Basically, a resolution is whenever there's a problem with an IVSA Exco or someone else can come forward with a resolution that's going to solve that problem. So basically, a resolution outlines a set of steps or a protocol that needs to be followed by IVSA later on. So some examples of resolutions we've had that hopefully will clarify what it is are, for example, during COVID, when there were online GAs, how we handled giving, how we, from that point onwards, handled giving voting rights to MOs. So for example, one resolution was that if an MO had attended a full session of the online Special General Assembly, we didn't want to grant them voting rights at the end like we would usually do for an MO to attend a live event. So if a candidate MO attends a live event, for all GAs, they get voting rights at the end. We didn't want to do that for the online ones just because we couldn't fully guarantee how active they were and everything. However, once they would attend an in-person event, like Venezuela is doing now, we would grant them voting rights in the beginning. So that's an example of a resolution. It's a problem. The GA resolves it through a set of procedures, and then that is adapted by IVSA officials or a task force or whatever it pertains to. So the GA resolution that will be brought forward if the proposal is approved will come up with a set of procedures on how we will go about bringing forth this proposal. So we're not necessarily voting on approving anything yet, we're just voting on that there will be a resolution. I hope that's clear now. So now for the motion, is there any discussion on this motion? Vonda may speak first because she is the mover.
Yeah, I believe I said most of the things during the presentation, so I would like to hear your opinions.
Okay, Yaki? Before you speak, I forgot, multiple of the officials already asked me, try to speak really good in the microphone, because at the live stream, the sound sometimes gets caught off if you speak too far away. So close in the microphone and say the date number. Thank you.
Number 20, Jacqueline Goossens, IVSA Belgium. Before we start a whole discussion on doing this or not doing this and why or why not, I'm wondering if there is enough information and clarity on how exactly this would work, how an online symposium would be organized, what the benefits are, what the costs, money-wise, every way that it's going to happen. I'm wondering if there's not a task force needed to look into that and organize that, because now you're asking us to make a decision on something that we have not much information on how it's exactly going to go. On top of that, there is nothing being said about a hybrid event, and I'm aware that a hybrid event is a lot of work, that it needs two ICs, and that it has problems of both a live and an online event. But it seems like, for me, it seems a bit of a step back doing only an online event, while maybe we should try to move forward and combine both, because there's no problem with doing a live event except for the engagement. So I'm wondering, should we not make a task force first and then decide on this in Indonesia, and let the task force also look into doing a hybrid event as another solution to the problems that we have.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? Laura?
For IVSA USA, number 70. I'm just talking about all the things that we have discussed as IVSA USA. I'm sorry. Okay, from all the things that IVSA USA has discussed. I think one of our main concerns is just that we have such a different structure for our school. I know that in most of the European countries and other countries as well, they have school where you have exams at the end of a term versus we have exams 2 to 3 times a week. And so if you are taking away almost a whole month's worth of weekends, you're going to be taking away a majority of students' availability to actually represent from IVSA USA. And we also, I know before we've talked about issues with engagement, and I know at least for IVSA USA, a big part of being this is why you should join IVSA and why you should be active is to say there are opportunities to actually travel and experience new cultures, and you're going to be taking away half of that. So that's one of our concerns.
Thank you for expressing those concerns, Laura. Trinity?
Trinity Blackwood, I was in Ireland. About 40. I just wanted to mention that IVSA Ireland is still very, very small, and I believe it's really tiny, and we only just really got our rights to be a country represented in GAs by ourselves at the UK. And I only mention that because I don't believe many of the delegates here would be with me right now if there was only one event every year. I think that it could damage engagement a lot. I think that a lot of people aspire to try and attend an event and they miss one day before it's the next. And that the online, I understand, it's got to do with decisions and voting, and it's so important. But I believe that our experiences together actually makes us dedicate ourselves to this cause, and that we put all our time into trying to do projects. And I think we should give it more time so that Emma always have a chance, longer than a year, because we haven't had a lot of time to actually put effort into the AD. A lot of Emma's struggles started again. I know that we didn't get, we just had to start over. Everyone graduated, so we didn't get really much mentorship. I don't think we have enough time to have put on enough events ourselves to raise the DAD fund to help people attend, because we've been really engaged in our local affairs right now. But that's only because it's just been a year. It hasn't been too long. I think it's too soon. Myself, personally, from IVSA.
Thank you, Trinity.
Okay, so to go one by one, Wanda Lucic, IVSA Exco 46. To go one by one, regarding the hybrid events, there are organizations that are much better financially prepared, I would say, have better finances than we do, are not able to hold hybrid events. An example is WVA. Organizing the hybrid events would cause, we would need to actually hire professional firm, is it firm? Company, to organize it, and the costs of this are few of 10,000, around 20,000 to 30,000 euros, which we definitely do not have. As I mentioned, right now what we are doing with budget is I'm making my budget for the next term, and in hope that I won't spend everything I budgeted for, because that would mean I would end up my term in a negative value. So this is not something that I believe we can do. Maybe in 100 years, but right now, I'm sorry, but we cannot. The next thing that was mentioned is that by IVSA USA is that a lot of people join IVSA for the travel. Unfortunately, the traveling part is very privileged part. Basically everybody that are able to be here and attend this event and all the other live events are unfortunately privileged, because there are a lot of MOs that are not able to do it and will maybe never be able to do it. Some of the examples are when we were having SGAs during COVID. If you look at the minutes, you will see MOs that attended all of them, and these MOs were not able to attend any of the 3 in-person events we had up until now. Besides that, 2 of the delegates from different MOs that were supposed to be here were not able to be here because of visa constraints. So this is another. So this is not just a financial aspect, but there is also the visa aspect. I understand that a lot of members join IVSA because of the travel and fun, but for the MOs that unfortunately cannot attend these events, they are in IVSA because they kind of need it, and it helps them a lot in their future to fight with different educational problem aspects, and these specific people cannot be there. I understand the fun part, but we need to keep in mind that we are an organization that strives to help members from all over the world, and not the organization which is for travel. Next thing from IVSA Ireland was regarding the, kind of the same thing IVSA USA addressed, that there wouldn't be as much members here right now if there were not 2 events. Again, I think it kind of goes with the comment I made before. I understand the social aspect of these events, but I also believe we need to give the same opportunity to all members, not just the ones that are financially able to attend events in person.
Is there any other discussion? Lots of hands. So I'm going to do people that haven't spoken yet first. So I'm going to start with Susanna.
Susanna Czeka, IVSA Poland number 4, but I'm going to speak as a SCOBY chair, because maybe not everyone who are here know that we are having a lot of competition, a lot of international online events, and ambassador program. I'm going to talk about during the next day about this, but just a little bit to summarize. I'm having ambassadors from MENA, and I'm having ambassadors from Sub-Saharan Africa region, and also a lot of members from these regions won competition in SCOBY, participate in online event because they are able to do this, and they are not able to go here. So yeah, I can say that I see that they want to be super active, but we are not giving them a lot of opportunities to do this.
Thank you, Susanna. Yuri?
Yeah, Yuri, and this is Exco. I would just like to add a few things into the comment that were made regarding the first 3 questions, because I also noticed that part of the question was not. Sebastian! Can you help us here, please?
In the meantime, you can continue.
Yeah, now continue. Thank you. One of the questions that was actually not answered here, that was regarding creating a task force to first analyze this. I think it's important to highlight as soon as Sebastian will fix the screen that that's kind of basically the proposition here, to create a task force to prepare this. So what is being proposed is, if approved here, there will be there will be brought a G resolution for approval here again, and then in Indonesia, the task force will bring their work here again for approval. So 3 steps to make this happen in a temporary way for three years. So 3 events that will be held in this way, and then another vote to see if this is worth keeping. So it's not that this is being rushed. And also on the other 2 comments that were brought, I think it's important that we highlight that travel is fun, travel is amazing, but that's not the goal of IVSA. We are not an association to stimulate traveling. We are an association to stimulate veterinary medicine and advocate on behalf of the students. Being here is a privilege. Yeah, for social activities is very nice, but it's not our main goal. The main goal is the educational part, is the General Assembly. And I think it's also important to highlight that we are talking about a structure of consecutive weekends, which is 1 weekend, a full week, another weekend, and the symposium is 7 days, which is not a major change considering that you also need to travel to the country and then to the country back. So this does not impact much in the term of duration that we are talking about.
Thank you, Yuri. And other people that haven't spoken yet? Michelle first, then Timo. Marta, did you also show up? Okay. Michelle, Timo, Marta, Sarah. That's the order now.
Michelle Berman, IVSA US, number 55. I absolutely.
Could you please hold the microphone up? Sorry. Yeah.
I absolutely agree that the primary reason that we're all here is to facilitate better veterinary medicine and helping our fellow member organizations. So I think that is absolutely the biggest priority here. One point that's not clear to me is why it would be so much more expensive to do a hybrid event versus doing it on Zoom for everyone, since we're able to live stream this event here for our fellow member organizations to see. What would be so much harder about having them present here at an event like this, but on Zoom so they're able to participate. I know that, like you mentioned, some of our bylaws make it so that way it would be more difficult for them to vote, but could we possibly amend that so that way they'd be able to vote online by showing their phone screen to the camera, or by doing a roll call vote in which we can hear them on the loudspeakers here. Like, I feel like that, to me, seems feasible, but perhaps there's something I'm not understanding. Could you clarify?
Father, do you want to directly comment?
IVSA Expo 46. I discussed this with IVSA USA in the break. What is the problem with hybrid events is, as you can see, our schedule here is a little bit scattered, which means that, for example, right now is, I don't know, 5 p.m. UTC +2, having members from all over the world to accommodate to be a part of GAs because we have 6 or 7 days of GAs over a course of 10 days, which take place during the work days and during the weekends and all of the other. Having them kind of follow this schedule, I don't think it would be possible. Besides that, technically-wise, having us to organize the hybrid event without any help also wouldn't be possible, because this means that we need to have the whole technical part of people being here all of the time with us, and then as you can see, when the chair is recognizing people, we will also need to do that online, and this can cause us a lot of problems, we are basically not ready for it yet, maybe in the future. But as I said, once more, organizations that are much bigger than we are and that have more money are not able to hold hybrid events. So I don't think we can do it at all.
Okay, Timo?
It's about she asked what the
First, Jacqueline Wilson's number 20, IVSA Belgium. She asked what the differences in finances between doing a hybrid event and an online event because of the online attendance is there anyways. Could you clarify on that because you didn't answer the question about the finance aspect being different between the two?
I'm not sure if I got one, which IVSA school. I'm not sure if I got it right. Like, why do we need this extra money for to organize hybrid events? Was that a question? Because we need to hire a company to help us organize a hybrid event.
Yeah, why do you need to hire a company instead of just doing it over Zoom?
Or what's the difference between online and hybrid? And online.
In a way, like why we are not able to organize it?
Yes, because, so the question is, we've done online events in the past. What is the difference between doing it online and then hybrid, which is technically doing both online and live at the same time? Why do we need a company to do it if we're able to do an online one ourselves? Can we not just take the online aspect and place it in a live event and then accommodate both of them ourselves?
What did I answer this? What did you IVSA Expo? I'm sorry. So the thing is that it is not just to, the solution wouldn't be just to put another computer here and that's it and we have a hybrid event. This means also it would cause also problems with the voting part, with the, I don't know how to explain it, like checking of both.
That's fine. We can move on to the next comment. Yuri, quickly, please.
Yeah. Yuri, IVSA Expo, I will be quick. Yeah, so what is being brought here is regarding a lot of the logistics. So as you can see, we are in Denmark, which they have a very good sound system and also video system that we are using for this event that is only live streamed, meaning that people can only watch, they cannot actively engage with us. Having this tool available would mean that we will need to hire, first of all, a software that allows them to collaborate. This would imply the logistic of the chairs regarding questions and answers. So at the same time, right now we just need to look at hands that are here and to see if you guys have questions. By adding a hybrid system, it will also imply into the online part, which, as you guys know, the live stream has a 7-minute delay. So this would affect a lot also in the engagement because we will be discussing one topic, they will be discussing a topic that will be 7 minutes before us. And this also implying the need of a new elections voting software because right now what we do is the voting part, which is free, which is not possible considering that members will not be here. So we need a system that is valid for you guys that are here and for them that are not at the same time. And then finally, we go to add the point of voting with the point of delay. We will need to, at the same time that we are voting here, they will be 7 minutes below us and we will need to wait on this, which will impact. And then we are in Denmark. As I said, we have this whole system. We thankfully have Sebastian to help us. Imagine this in a more complicated way in a country that not necessarily has the same privileges that Denmark has, that might not have a high quality camera that we can use or a perfect sound system that we can use and make everybody's voices perfect in the live stream. We will need to have all this equipment rented and available for us to entirety of 7 to 10 days, which is not cheap at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Yuri. Timo first and then Martha.
57, Timo Mayo, IVSA Belgium. I think sponsorship-wise, Perfect. Okay. I think sponsorship-wise, we're going to lose quite a lot of money. Sponsors don't want to pay as much for an online event than a real life event. And also we're going to lose interest, I think, from the sponsors. You also lose quite a lot of money, I think, with the IVSA on online events. So is it really realistic to lose that much money and interest from our sponsors by doing an online event?
Thank you, Timo. We're Martha.
Marta Maserdotti, IVSA Italy, number 11. I was thinking, have you really thought of a way in which we could implement the engagement on a regional or national level? Because my concerns go to the engagement. I mean, since the goals of this decision are to save money in first place and then to broaden the spectrum of nations that can participate, from each nation, fewer people will participate. And since, I don't know if it's just an Italian problem or it's a shared problem, but IVSA Global is perceived as something very far. So since fewer people will be able to get in touch with IVSA Global each year, we should definitely implement the event on a regional, national, and local level. So maybe creating a task force, since we don't have money, we have creativity, so we should find a way to get people more and more engaged. And have you already thought of any solution?
Thank you. Are there any other people that haven't spoken yet? I think Sarah raised her hand first, and then we can go to Gabriela. Sarah?
Hi, Sarah Spanners from IVSA the Netherlands. I wanted to touch real quick again on the, number 97, sorry. I feel like a cow when I say it. Sorry, I wanted to touch real quick again on the possibility of a hybrid event where you could maybe make all GAs totally online. So also for the people who are at the live event. So in that way, maybe, I don't know, I'm not a person who knows a lot about the technical stuff, but I think maybe they will make an online GAs, multiple online GAs, all the GAs online, and keep the live event and associated activities. I was wondering if that's an option that could be talked about, or maybe is talked about already. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Gabriela.
Gabriela, IVSA Italy, number 13. I was thinking, since the main thing was about money from the beginning, and mostly, would it be possible to think about this for a period of time, and then see how it reacts, how people react to this, and then decide.
All right, I can just quickly already mention this. The main purpose for this proposal was to increase engagement from regions that are just simply not able to travel to these live events. So the main reason behind this proposal is definitely not saving money. That's a nice addition, especially with the year that's coming up where there's events in Peru and Bali. But the main reason for this is the fact that IVSA has been really trying to improve in the aspect of diversity, inclusivity, and equality, and that's what this proposal is doing, is trying to increase engagement from regions that are otherwise unable to to travel to these events, to give their inputs towards all the things IVSA is doing. Any other? Yes, Jesus? And then I'll get to you guys.
Jesus Hernandez, IVSA USA, number 119. So going back to what our partners in the Netherlands were mentioning, I think that we should look at this. So I understand that International Veterinary Association of Students, we are here to work together within nations, but it's also the global aspect of it. We practice veterinary medicine very differently in each country, and I think that by canceling these live events and just doing everything online, you don't get to experience the culture itself and also be able to see how the community acts around veterinary medicine. So you would be taking that away, and I don't think that this proposal itself increases diversity, equity, and inclusion. In fact, I would think that it would limit it. I think that there are ways in which we can promote the same information and also allow members that are not able to physically come and still provide them with the information and everything that we're doing here together as a Congress to increase awareness amongst global issues as veterinarians. Like, for example, in VIN, the Veterinary Information Network, it's a global network, and they do promissionary notes. So basically, for every conference, they have notes that are uploaded, and it's something that every single veterinary student can access. So even if the students are not able to be physically here, they still have access to like the presenters and all of that. So I think that there needs to be we need to look at this very thoroughly, and there are many ways in which we can increase more diversity, equity, and inclusion than limiting live events, but maybe seeing how we can increment the presence of those nations that are not able to be here and just provide them with the same resources that we have here in person.
Thank you, Jesus. If you want to directly comment, then I can move on to something else.
I was thinking of answering this, so we can continue this, because there are a lot of hands, so it doesn't get forgotten. Is that okay? I thought of answering the 5 questions or how many, and then we can.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. One of the IVSA Expo. Regarding the last comment you made, you said, regarding the last comment IVSA USA made, it was mentioned that the diversity, equity, and inclusivity would kind of be limited in this way, and that members wouldn't be able to experience culture of a country. I would like to mention that that's why we have exchanges. So if you are interested in visiting any country and want to experience their culture, it's not just symposiums and congresses. You can always talk to the another MO, organize an exchange, and experience the culture. And I think that was also already mentioned. We are not having congresses and symposiums just for fun and for the culture. This is just a bonus. We are mainly having it, and why we are even organizing it is because of the General Assemblies, so that we meet and we discuss what's going on inside of IVSA. Then there was a mention of having all GAs online. As I mentioned, so this would also then kind of be a form of having an exchange with GAs online, which, as I said, you can organize exchanges, and we would all again come to a point that people who are able and are privileged, they would travel, and the whole program would be organized for them, and we would have the same thing right now. We wouldn't save money this way. We would only meet all together and have like kind of a fun time, and then we would have completely online GAs, which also coming back can cause problems regarding the just to address one last time, having all GAs online and just us being here, it's kind of not a solution. It's just, so we would be traveling, having an organized exchange with GAs. So yeah. Next thing is, I guess, Italy addressed regarding the kind of a gap between IVSA Global and members. That's kind of part of the reason why I kind of moved on with organizing regional symposiums. This is also a way for members to interact with IVSA Global, even though there is not such a thing as IVSA Global, but with the officials. Besides that, we are having our committees and networks, we are having presidents and EO meetings, and all of this different ways we are trying to connect with members in such a way. But I also believe that there is definitely more to it and that we should work more on it as always. And then there was also a comment regarding partners and sponsors. To be honest, we don't have that many partners and sponsors attending the symposium. Like we didn't have it in Slovenia. More of them are attending congresses than that they are attending symposiums. And this is also a thing to talk to the partners and sponsors on how we can accommodate for the loss that we could have by not having a symposium. So I don't believe that it would be such a, it would be a burden or that we would lose partners and sponsors because of this, especially because we as an organization are striving to be as diverse and as inclusive as possible. And if that is kind of our picture, if we present it in that way to partners and sponsors, I also believe that they would understand it because we are an international organization. No?
Yeah.
Another thing that was addressed is regarding DAD funds. So I will give you a direct example of this term. So we kind of raised around 3.6 thousand euros during the live auctions in the symposium. And what was spent this year is around 4,000 euros in scholarships and the payment of membership fees of some of our members. And the thing is that we usually did not have 4 scholarships. We added the 4th one this year thanks to the IVSA in Norway and then donating extra funds. So the AD fund wouldn't lose that much. That's my first point. The second point is that we are also going in the direction the AD fund is kind of made for. You know, we are trying to have developing countries and countries that struggle be more a part of IVSA in this way. So we wouldn't, the AD fund wouldn't end up in debt. That's the first thing. The second thing is, as I said, I would promote, and we are already doing this by having a program on our website that is going to be available to members for the whole year, to which MOs will be able to donate money for the specific project, and this way be also informed about the progress. So if by only one donation this year we manage to have one more scholarship, and if we spread the word, imagine what can happen if more MOs are aware of this option, are aware of the progress that's going on, and are donating money.
Thank you. Many hands. Sorry, I forgot your name, but I was in India. Yes.
Bidding number 53, Mohana Marathe, IVSA India. So I would like to speak to the GA as not only the president of IVSA India but also the secretary of the DEI task force which was introduced to the GA yesterday. And I would firstly like to tell you about my personal have attended that event online, because not only did I learn so much new about the procedures of IVSA, it also inspired me to run in the election. It also inspired me to see what kind of work takes place in IVSA at a global level. So it was really a very good opportunity for not only me but a lot of my members who were able to attend the online symposium. I was going to say something. Okay. So I would like to tell you about IVSA India as well, that our MO was established in 2020, but we have only received our voting rights this year in 2023. So I'm sorry, but I don't understand why an MO as active as IVSA India with 2,000 students and 20 local chapters present, very active in the standing committee like SCO and other standing committee. I do not understand, I'm sorry, that why it takes 3 years for an MO like IVSA India to acquire voting rights. And it is not just about acquiring voting rights. I don't know if you understand that I was not able to hear the GA when I was sitting at home, and it was happening on offline. I could not hear it. I did not have the power to unmute and ask a question. I did not have a chance to participate in any of the discussions, which do impact my members at the end of the day. Since I am still a part of NMO and the president of NMO, I am answerable to a lot of members under me. So the chance for that was not available to me before. And this particular thing also, as the DEI secretary, I would like to advocate for that, because it definitely goes a long way in inclusivity, in equality. And I know that all my members would be very happy with this particular decision. Going back to my personal experience in the General Assembly, which I attended online, I was very happy because I finally got a chance to unmute and ask a question. I don't know if that is a very big deal over here, but this is the first time I'm speaking in a GA in person. But that time, that was the first time I unmuted and just asked a question about one of the official presentations. And that was very amazing for me. But also when the minutes of the Special General Assembly came in a few months later, I saw my name over there, that I had spoken in the General Assembly. I was present at the SGA, I was present at the symposium. And there's nothing that could doubt that. I was present there, guys.
Thank you, Mohammed. There were a lot more hands. I saw one all the way down at the back a while ago, so. Also, in the same time, sometimes I'm typing on my phone. That's because I'm noting down what you guys are saying, not because I'm texting. So I could try to summarize at the end because I'm not going to be able to remember everything. So I am very interested and I care. I'm not just doing other things. Yeah.
45, and is from IVSA Malaysia. Yeah, I'm just here to give my personal opinion. I don't have a very clear suggestion to give or say solution for this particular situation. But just that I think it would be great if we can do a hybrid event if our primary goal is to just increase the engagement of the MO. And I realized that when we talk about hybrid event, we start to focus on, oh, we should get a support from company. Also, my opinion is that why not we take a step back and we try to make the hybrid system like just a very simple one. Maybe we just need a complete Zoom meeting application like that, so that we can increase the participation of the MO. And I didn't say that this would be the perfect solution, but I think this is a step for us to start our improvement. And by doing so, like what our friends from IVSA India mentioned earlier, they all have the chance to be engaged. And for those who are really determined to engage in this conference, or to say symposium, even though they are not here physically, they are still able to voice out their opinion in the Zoom meeting as well. So maybe we won't be able to engage with them in every situation, like it's impossible for them to involve in the cultural exchange like offline. But yeah, the primary goal of this symposium is to do what we are doing right now, or for all the general assembly, all the meetings. So I think that would be great.
Thank you. And this GA is a place for personal opinions. That's what it's been for you guys to give your opinion to us. So thank you for sharing. I'm trying to see who hasn't spoken yet. Tessa?
Number 14, Tessa van IVSA Netherlands. I would like to make a bit of to say something about the online events we have had. I was part of the OOC in 2021, and during that event, I know the previous speaker was that it was very hard to get people engaged in the online event. I think it was mostly a few specific members from Exco speaking, a few officials, and a few members from the OOC. Even a lot of the other officials found it hard to actually be engaged. And I would like to have a good plan how we want to increase that engagement, because a lot of the people at the online event, they had, like, say, that bad internet, they could not follow the event, and we lost them from the vote, so a lot of people were present at the roll call in the beginning, but not at actual voting. And with the plan that we have now, if we accept this, we will have an online event in 1.5 years without a proper plan how to have an online event. And I understand we're going to make that plan in the next half year, but if the plan doesn't work out properly, we will still have an online event in 1.5 years. And I really thought it was a bad thing to happen, that we lost so many people during the SGA. A lot of them were very enthusiastic at the beginning, they were great and happy to be there, but they had a lot of technical difficulties, which made them either lose interest, because if I come here something for 3 hours, I'm gonna log out. And I thought it was a sad thing to happen, that we had a lot less people online the second day than the first day. And a lot of people were present at the first 30 hour, but then they were like, yeah, this was a useful for me, I'm gonna log out. And I would like to have a plan that we want to know how we're going to make sure that they are engaged, that they have proper access to enough internet to be online before we make sure that we have an online event in 1.5 years. So that's one point I want to make, and there's been specific. I'm over my 2 minutes.
Yes. Well, most of them have got over 2 minutes. I'm trying not to be too strict because I really want to hear everything. Thank you. We're just going to try and wrap it up now because we're going to go to dinner. So I'm going to give the floor to James, who has one final comment. Everyone who has their hands raised now, write down what you want to say on your phone so you don't forget it. We're going to go and table it afterwards, and we're going to obviously continue the discussion, so please don't feel like we're trying to silence you at this moment. We still want to hear all of your concerns. And we've also written everything down. So I'm going to let James speak, I'll summarize, and then we're going to go to dinner, okay? Good. James.
James Galgeri, IVSA Exco. So, I know we keep talking about hybrid event, and regarding the last previous comments about hybrid events, I do first invite you to take a look at the live stream, and you can pull it up on your phone at some point in time during the stream or following GA to kind of see how big of a delay there is. But also, I mean, we're veterinary students, not technical students. I mean, so trying to organize and set up a hybrid event ourselves, we can't even manage our website by ourselves. We had issues with getting hacked. We had to hire a company to set up and completely redo our entire website so that our members can still find this information and participate, even just seeing our information. So I wanted to specify that just because, as again, we're veterinary students, not technical students. We don't. Not everyone knows what they're doing with technology. We can manage little bits here and there, but that's not our forte. We're here to take care of animals, not what do computers.
Thank you, James. You guys might have noticed I'm not great with computers and everything myself, so I'm definitely not the one to be in charge of a hybrid event. All right, so just to quickly summarize some of the points that have been brought to discussion so far, it is the concern regarding the task force, whether or not we should just have a task force now that's just going to look into it instead of implementing it at the same time, having only the task force, as well as something, the word hybrid is probably would be the biggest on the word cloud if we would make one for this GA. And then both the pros and the cons as to what are the options when it comes to a hybrid event. Is it possible to just do it over Zoom? Is that a possibility, or do we actually need a company? And is it possible to just have everyone that's present do it online, the way that any online SG would work, but then also have the rest of the live event actually be a thing at the same time? How does it influence the engagement of others when it comes to the duration of the event? Or people from other countries not going to be able to be there because they're missing weekends, or is it because it's supposed to be 7 days anyway that they have to travel to? Is that the same? Furthermore, when it comes to expenses, how much more expensive is it actually going to be? Do we actually need a company, yes or no? Is it something that we could do ourselves? How much of the logistics are involved from our side? A lot of the logistics are involved from our side. Then other concerns were when it comes to sponsorships. Sponsors are going to be less likely to actually sponsor online events, webinars, etc. than they are to do in-person events, because they always really like to engage with people in person because they leave more of an impression and they really enjoy the exposure. Of course, the concerns regarding the DAD, the development fund, we're not having any auctions, we're not having any merchandise sales. So how is that going to influence the DAD and the projects that it's able to execute? Furthermore, there's the concern that with an online event, there is less engagement with members with IVSA Global, and that might also decrease their enthusiasm to actually join IVSA Global, possibly leading in people not being aware of enough opportunities, not applying for these opportunities, not joining committees, not running for positions, etc., and is maybe increasing regional events a possible solution to this. Let's see. Furthermore, a concern that was raised is the fact that an event like this gives people the opportunity to do like one big exchange where they go to another country, see what veterinary medicine is like over there, instead of having it online where obviously you could tell each other about it, but it's not the same as experiencing it when you're actually here. And then we got also a personal experience from one of IVSA India. I'm not even I can say names, I think. From one of the previous speakers, when it comes to what it's like being an MO that is really active, getting to do this online event, seeing engagement increase, seeing how much it's valued if they can engage online, how that influences their MO, and then also the way that voting rights are given in such a later stage when you're from an MO that is otherwise unable to actually travel to these events, and how much it can be delayed, as opposed to maybe a new MO that will immediately be able to go to an event, join it, and then get their voting rights straight away. Those are some of the things I heard. Maybe I forgot something, and I'm very sorry. I'm really trying to summarize as well as I could. Then I do want to really thank you all for raising all of those hands. This is probably the most active discussion I've had in all of my 3 events of chairing. And we really appreciate it. Thank you so much for speaking up. You've all done really well. So yeah, thank you. And then the chair will now entertain a motion to table this agenda point until the next meeting. Michelle? Can someone give her a microphone, please?
Michelle Bergman, IVSA USA, number 55, has so moved.
Second. Thank you. Any discussion? Any objections? Seeing none, this agenda is tabled. The chair will now entertain a motion to go into recess. Martha? who are at recess, don't get up. Do not get up, there's always announcements. First, we're going to do EXCO announcements, then we're going to do OC announcements. Wonderful. You've done amazing. Thank you.